Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not directed to individual members. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. If there's anyone on the Zoom call, now is the time to raise your hand, and we'll give you just a few moments. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no general public comment.
Thank you, sir. May we have a presentation on item 4A, please?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. This item is requesting council's authorization to apply for a non-competitive SB 1383 local assistance grant from CalRecycle in the amount of $166,510. Public Works primarily plans to utilize this money to supplement some of the outreach efforts already provided by CR&R, to procure food waste pails to distribute to residents, and to procure recycled organic material in the form of mulch for landscape maintenance across the city. I do apologize for the late add in this special agenda item. This authorization wasn't on my radar. I know that we had applied for this last month, but it came to our attention yesterday that it needs this authorization from the City Council.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any comments from the council on this item? No. Can I get a motion?
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Council, please cast your votes, and I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lilienthal. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you all. There being no further business, the special council meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to.
Sure. You have about a minute before he gets back.
Yeah.
They did do it. They're gonna do it.
Yeah, they're taking care of all of you.
Thank you.
Got it.
Monday.
Yeah, right.
It was weird. Yeah.
Yeah, I still plan on watching it.
Well, I mean, like I said, I can't finish this because it's on Tuesday night, but because it was my mom, but yeah, it went well, big question.
Yeah.
Running,
I used to, I did, I did the agenda was coming up, you know, last time I didn't- I didn't go over it, but I didn't know that. Okay, I already, because I'm like 2 years ago. I'll make them last time I did it this morning. Walked out, well, I was about to. I did not. On the web, let's see, especially on.
I'm gonna call the meeting to order. Good evening. I would like to call the December 12th, 2023 City Council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website and by Zoom teleconference. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kendrick.
Here.
Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Peterson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Here. Mayor Males.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're moving on to the invocation. The invocation will be by Bob Beckett of DP Church, the dwelling place, and after which Mayor Pro Tem Malcolm Lilienthal will lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to come together to give guidance and direction to the city. We pray for the council that they make wise decisions, that you'd help them not only in their public, but their private lives as we serve this community. Thank you for the opportunity. In Christ's name, amen.
Please join me in reciting our pledge. Ready, begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, members of the public may only comment on items 6 and 7. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not directed to individual council members. City Clerk, are there any suggested speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to call out on the Zoom call. If there's anyone who would like to speak on these items for this meeting, please raise your hand. And I do have one. Give me just one moment and I'll unmute you.
Hi there. Am I on?
Mrs. Smith, you're live with the City Council and you have 3 minutes to address your comments to the City Council. Thank you.
Okay, now, actually, my questions were on some of the two of the consent calendar items. Is this the right time to do that?
No, that is not.
Okay,
This is only for the reorganization of the mayor.
No, I'll pass and I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no further public comment.
Okay. And give me a minute here. Now we will move on to the City Council reorganization. City Clerk, may you run us through this process, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a simple process as we do annually. This is the City Council reorganization and selection of mayor. The recommended process is to ask the new mayor to serve until December 10th, 2024. And I'll open up the floor for nominations for the mayor to be seated, and then we'll have a brief recess after we've selected both the mayor and mayor pro tem, and we'll do a small recess after that.
Okay, thank you.
So opening up the floor for nominations for mayor.
I would like to nominate Joe Mills as mayor.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Peterson, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Council, please cast your votes.
Don't I get an option to say yea or nay? No. Ooh, whoops, hold on. How do I reset that?
I'm going to reset the vote. Council, please cast your votes. Again, that's a motion by Councilmember Peterson, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal.
Oh, did it again. Maybe it's just, oh, here we go. I'm done.
That motion passes 4-1. Councilmember Kendrick voting no.
I think, oh,
Want to be Mayor Pro Tem?
You want-
I would take Mayor Pro Tem because I know it's just in case of an emergency if our mayor cannot serve. It has no other ramifications than that.
I go in for a heart transplant tomorrow.
I know what you're going in for tomorrow.
Okay. Do we have a nomination and a second?
All right, I'll nominate Jackie.
I hear a second.
I'll second.
A motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal, second by Councilmember Kendrick to nominate Jackie Peterson as Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 5-0. Mayor, if you'd like to call a brief recess, we'll.
Okay, let's move on to recess then for now. Thank you.
Continuity.
See you guys pushing that by. You sure? Okay.
No, we got, we got boy, girl, girl, boy. Oh.
You like to present the.
Oh.
I have a script here that you can read from too. Okay. And then I'll.
Is it still appropriate?
Yes, yeah, we read it before, so
Okay,
yes.
okay.
It's from all the signatures and everything, so I'm gonna cut like 3 or 4, whatever it divides into amongst us.
Okay,
So we'll each get a set. Okay. So,
nice.
Oh, darn. I was like, what are you doing here? No. I love having a good time. Okay. I'm gonna start drinking again, because I stopped and I shouldn't have. I'd like to call this meeting back to order, please. Next, we will move on to a service award to oh, that's me, Mayor. I thought it was gonna be Chief Puss, I'm sorry. Okay, so what do we do? Keep going with it?
So Mayor,
I'm going to present it.
Okay, thank you.
During 2023, Hemet went through several milestone achievements under your leadership. In March 2023, the city of Hemet celebrated the groundbreaking for the Gibble Skate Plaza, a $2.2 million project funded by the American Rescue Plan Act. In June 2023, the city of Hemet adopted the new fiscal year 2023-2024 budget, investing in strategic operations such as repaving the Hemet Auto Mall, establishing a real-time crime suppression center, and increasing the city's general fund reserve minimum balance from 20% to 40%. In September 2023, the City of Hemet Police Department the Organized Retail Theft Prevention Grant, a $2.5 million grant to help combat the rise in retail theft. And in November and December 2023, the city has several amazing community events, such as the Veterans Day ceremony, the grand opening of the Gibble Skate Plaza, and the annual Hemet Christmas Parade. These are just a handful of important moments for the city that were made possible through your leadership and service as the mayor of our beautiful city. For your dedication to the city of Hemet, we would like to present to you this crystal gavel for your efforts towards the betterment of our community.
That is beautiful, thank you. I want to call.
Like to say a few words?
Sure. Oh, few words. Testing.
Is it on?
No, I think it turned it off. Testing. Hello? One, I just. Okay, here we go. I want to thank everyone, of course, all of you that are here. None of this would have happened without all of us. The chief, you've been an integral part of this whole council. You were a part of us for a while and then moved on, and we brought in Mark, who's been really working hard ever since he landed here. So it's a good move. Our attorney working together, John, all of you. We all did this. It's all of us, and we're going to have a good 2024. 2024. Did I say that right? And I just see so much positive coming down the pipe. And I know we're going to do a lot of good things. And the city is going to be a lot better. I see it. I prayed for it. We all prayed for it. We have tens of thousands of people that pray. God's listening to us. God is listening to each and every one of us. And, you know, they say that this city has more veterans per capita than any other city in Riverside. But this city also has believers in God, Jesus Christ, the Holy Spirit, more citizens per capita in this city. And so God's listening, and I know we're going to go a long ways. And I thank you all for this, and I thank you for this. And I hope it fell under budget. No, I'm just kidding.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Love you. Love you. Malcolm. Love you, Linda. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief, too. Oh, okay. Now I gotta figure out where I'm at. Good. Did you change my pages? Oh, okay. We're gonna take another recess? Okay. We will take a brief recess from the regular city council meeting and call to order the closed session meeting of the city council. Okay, so here I go. Good evening. I would like to call the, right? Or are you supposed to go? Go.
He's
Okay,
right.
go. Oh,
He's right.
oh, we're going to closed
He's
session.
right. We have to do public comment for closed session.
Yeah,
Sorry.
okay.
Follow the script.
Okay. Good evening. I would like to call the December 12, 2023 closed session city council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website and by Zoom teleconference. I would like to remind council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kendrick.
Here.
Councilmember Krupa.
I'm still here.
Councilmember Lilienthal.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson.
Here.
Mayor Males.
Here.
All members are present.
At this time, members of the public may only comment on the closed session item. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to council as a whole and not directed to the individual council member. City clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. There's no registered speakers. However, I'd like to call it on the Zoom call. Now is the time for public comment on any closed session items, and we'll give you just a few brief moments to raise your hand. And again, this is for closed session items. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no registered public comment.
Mayor,
Thank you.
I'd like to request the city council add an item to the closed session agenda for this evening. It would be conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation under section 54956.9. The claimant is the heirs of Christian Dreyer. Claim number is 3043700. The vote would have to be by 2/3. So four affirmative votes to add that to the agenda.
I'll move to add the item.
I'll second.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Kendrick. That motion passes 5-0 to add this item to the agenda.
Okay. Now I'm lost again. We will move on, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. We'll move to the city. Blah, blah, blah. I'm lost here. Yeah, I would like to adjourn the closed session meet, right?
Recess.
Okay. Council will now proceed to closed session. Thank you for joining us. A report of closed session will occur after the deliberations. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom again.
Oh, you did? I love this kind of work. I do too.
Is that the one with the stone?
Page wants to wait, or do you want to?
Not just,
I'd like to adjourn the closed session meeting of December 12th, 2023, and call the December 13th, 2022 regular city council meeting back to order. We will move to the city attorney's report from closed session. City attorney, can we get a report, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On item 12A on the closed session agenda, the city council gave settlement direction by a vote of 5-0. I will note that the city council did add an item to the agenda, but there is nothing to report on that added item. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, city attorney. Before we go any further, we want to make a presentation to our chief of police. Mr. Eddie Poost, can you please come up, please? Here, I'm gonna let you read this and then I'll give him this.
Come in closer. As many of you know, our police chief is going to soon be retiring the end of this month, and we wanted to have a little send off for him. And today we have a proclamation and we have a little plaque gift for him. So, City of Hemet, California proclamation honoring Chief of Police Eddie J. Poost for 27 years of service. Whereas Chief Eddie Poost commenced his service as a police officer with the City of Hemet on November 18th, 1996. After graduating from the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Academy, class number 125, Chief Poost was assigned to the Inland Crackdown Allied Task Force, later reassigned to assist in developing a street narcotics team for the City of Hemet Police Department. And Chief Eddie Poost was promoted to police corporal on April 24th, 2006, and later transferred to the Patrol Bureau. On August 8th, 2011, he was promoted to sergeant and patrol watch commander. On February 5th, 2014, he was promoted to police lieutenant, where he commanded the bureaus of patrol, the Public Safety Communications Center, and investigations. And on August 27th, 2018, Chief Poost was promoted to captain and oversaw the operations division, Special Operations Unit, SWAT, Gang Task Force, Gang Impact Team, and K-9 Bureau. And on December 31st, 2019, Chief Poost was sworn in as the 18th police chief for the Hemet Police Department. In May 2022, he took the role of interim city manager for the City of Hemet. And Chief Poost also contributes as the captain of Hemet Police Department's Baker to Vegas relay team, was a board member for 10 years on the Hemet Police Officers Association and 8 years on the Hemet Police Management Association. Now, therefore, Joe Males, Mayor of the City of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim the day of December 26, 2023 as honoring Chief of Police Eddie J. Poost for 27 years of service, and honor his legacy of service in law enforcement to the City of Hemet and surrounding communities, expressing our most profound appreciation for his dedication and commitment to the citizens of the City of Hemet and the Police Department. The City of Hemet extends to Chief Poost and his family our best wishes for many years of happiness in the future. Presented December 12, 2023, signed Joe Males, Mayor, and all of we council members.
Chief Poost, I'm going to read this before we hand it over. Police Chief Eddie J. Poost, years of service, November 18th, 1996 to December 26th, 2023. In recognition of over 27 years of dedicated and exemplary service to the citizens of Hemet and for your unwavering loyalty and commitment as a member of the Hemet Police Department, we wish you the best on your retirement, the Hemet City Council.
And I'm going to be leaving shortly, so I want to just give you my speech and what I feel. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we gather here to honor and bid farewell to a truly remarkable leader, Chief Poost. Throughout his tenure, our community has faced its fair share of turmoil and challenges, but through it all, Chief Poost has been a beacon of strength, resilience, and honor. In the face of adversity, Chief Poost has shown unwavering determination and steadfast commitment to serving and protecting our community. He has led with integrity, always putting the well-being of our residents first. His ability to navigate through difficult situations, offering guidance and support, has been nothing short of remarkable. Tonight, as we express our gratitude to Chief Eddie Poost, let us also take a moment to acknowledge the sacrifices and hardships faced by our Hemet first responders. These brave men and women have demonstrated unparalleled courage, bravery, and resilience. We're forever grateful for their service and their unwavering dedication to our city. Chief Poost, you have not only led our police force with distinction, but you have also been a source of inspiration and strength for our entire community. Your unwavering commitment to justice and your tireless efforts to keep our streets safe, we will leave a lasting impact. As you embark on this new chapter in your life, know that you will be deeply missed. Your legacy as a compassionate, dedicated, and honorable leader will live on. We thank you for your service, Chief Poost, and we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you for your unwavering dedication and commitment to our community. Thank you.
No. All right. Thank you. Could you hear me? I've truly been blessed, and it's been an honor to serve this community. When I started, I had here, actually, I lost it over the years, but it truly has been an honor to serve this community. I've made friends with different members of this valley and different organizations with citizens and different groups that we're all striving to do the same thing and make Hemet better. And we do that with a partnership, and it's been such a pleasure to serve this community. And it's amazing what you said about what I've done throughout my career. You don't think you could do so much, but 27 years, it was a great 27 years. It went by really quick. I sit here today wondering how fast 4 years went by as your chief. And it's amazing, but I can't do this stuff without the support of the leadership team in my department throughout the city, because you have a lot of great leaders here in each department, and the direction, the policymakers, which is your council members that, at one point during my career as chief, supported me for a duration, which was very new to me as an interim city manager. But I think we accomplished a lot, and I thank you for the support. And I look at the city and I know what's going on. I'm handing the baton off to somebody within the department that's going to help move this city forward. He's going to work with the city council and the leadership team, our city manager, and I'm leaving it in good hands. And not too many people can say that. And I really feel that I'm handing off this baton, and I'm excited because I know the future is better for Hemet. So thank you all. Thank you for allowing me to serve you. I really appreciate it. Dr. Allen, last time you could tell me what to do. Okay?
Oh my gosh, I almost lost it. Oh, we're taking all together. I'm not even taking it alone. I'm sorry. Okay, how do I do this?
Take a brief break.
At this point, we're going to take a brief recess. And we'll be back in about 3 or to 5. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to call back to order our regular meeting. We are now going to take communications from the public. There is a 3-minute time limit for all general public comments on non-public hearing items. All who wish to speak, including council members and staff, need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. For those that wish to join by Zoom, you will be asked to raise your hand if you would like to speak. Please state your name and item you are commenting on before speaking. We will take public comments for items listed on the agenda. Right now, I would like to call Delicia Silva, Musa Kahim.
Good evening. My name is Musa Colleen, and this is Delicia Silva, who is has the proclamation, and we just like to our topic will be on Kwanzaa, the celebration of Kwanzaa. And so, just very briefly, we just like to identify the items. We use a mat, we use the cup for libations, and the Kinara, which represents the 7 principles of Kwanzaa. And so if I share this with you, then we start from left to right. And the first principle would be Umoja, which means unity.
And it's to strive for and maintain in the family, community, nation, and race.
Second principle is Kuji Chakalia.
To define ourselves, name ourselves, create for ourselves, and speak for ourselves, which means self-determination.
Thank you. And the third principle is Ujima, collective working responsibility.
To build and maintain our community together and make our brothers and sisters' problems our problems and to solve them together.
Number 4, Ujima.
Cooperative economics, to build and maintain our own stores, shops, and other businesses, and to profit from them together.
Number 5, Nia, purpose.
To make our collective vocation in building and developing of our community in order to restore our people to their traditional greatness.
Number 6, Kuamba, creativity.
To do always as much as we can in the way we can in order to leave our community more beautiful and beneficial than we inherited it.
And then the very last one, number 7, which is Imani, faith.
To believe with all our heart in our people, our parents, our teachers, our leaders, and the righteousness and victory of our struggle.
And so with those 7 principles, this was created by Malana Karenga back in 1966. And many families come together and celebrate this the day after Christmas. It's not to replace Christmas. It's the day after Christmas until the first of the year. And so those 7 principles are practiced in our families throughout the year. We involve the children, we involve the community, and we celebrate each other. And with that, I think that's enough said unless you have questions, but I would like to say, congratulations to you. Hope the guy that you appoint after you is just as good as you. Honor and integrity is very important, so we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And any questions you can access later if you're interested. Thank you, Elijah, for your help. Can you carry me?
Thank you. Next, I have Laura Lynn Reyes.
Hi, my name's Laura Lynn, and I'm a returning member of the Hemet San Jacinto community and also a former homeless member of both communities. And I'm here in support of the proposal for a community solutions coordinator for the cities. I firmly believe that the position is needed and warranted. I've been gone for 4 years, and coming back, I have noticed that there's still a big problem. My mother lives in the community, and she also expresses her concern about the problem that we're facing with other citizens. And I think that if we can take the time and put the focus into solutions, then I think working together as a community and with our council people, that we should be able to come up with solutions. So I hope that you will put through the position and we start coming up with some solutions of for the problem. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous, but if it wasn't for the help of Stacy Olson, who was probably playing the role before, I don't know where I'd be right now. So if there's somebody that can learn from her and fill her shoes, which would be really hard to do, I hope that we can find somebody and they can have as much luck with their coordinator as I did with Stacy. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Sonia Lamas.
Hello, good evening, councils, mayor, not here, city manager. So I just wanted to close out the last meeting of the year with just a gratitude to the city of Hemet, gratitude for the support that Valley Restart has received. You know, as we move forward into, you know, other stages of, you know, the growth and the expansion of Valley Restart, I just wanted to take the time to acknowledge planning, building and safety, and all of the departments. And Chief left already, but he was very instrumental in finalizing things for us with our first round, if I may say. So currently, as you guys know, I serve both as president for Valley Restart and president for the Lamas Housing Project. There's an opportunity that's coming, and we're looking at an opportunity to collaborate on this awesome opportunity. More to come, if I may say, but I'll leave it at that. But I want to take the time to say thank you, and thank you, Mr. City Manager, for your leadership and where we are right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia, for those positive comments. It's always nice to hear something good back from the public. Oh, so I'm supposed to ask for any more comments? Okay, I'm new at this and I need a little help. I was kind of thrown into this tonight. So I guess I'm supposed to ask if there were any other members online on Zoom.
Thank you. Yes, I do have 2 public comments. We'll start with Ann Smith. And you're live with the City Council. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, City Council. First, I want to congratulate Mayor Joe Males. I know he's gone, but I'm glad to see that he's going to be mayor again. And I want to congratulate Jackie Peterson. Congratulations. I have 2 questions, and one of them is on they're both on the consent calendar. One of them is on 20G, and 20G has to do with the resealing or the cleaning up of the tanks. I know there was I recall a discussion about this previously, and I guess my first question, because I cannot remember, is how often does a recoat have to be done on the tank? That's number one. And how much would it actually cost generally to replace the tank? And I think maybe Travis could help with that, since he helped to write that report up. So that's number one. And my second question has to do with item 20J, which has to do with the Public Trust Advisors organization. I know that there's going to be a change. And my question, and maybe it's not a good question, I don't know, maybe our financial director or the city manager could help me with this. What I'd like to know is, with the departure, or I'm not sure if it was a departure or if they're becoming one and the same, is there going to be any difference in the way the city of Hemet's going to be handled in terms of the Hemet funds? Will it be the same case manager or financial manager that handles it? And is there going to be a significant difference in the way the contract is administered? And those are my questions. Thank you very much. I hope that made sense.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. I have Demarius Carmichael. You're live with the city council and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Great. Thank you very much. My name is Demarius Carmichael, and I had the opportunity to meet with Council Member Carol Kendrick, and I'm a new homeowner in Hemet, and I have some concerns about street renovations, and I really wanted to talk about adding this on the agenda in the future. I looked at the strategic plan for Q1 for the city of Hemet, and I noticed under action item number 15, there was $2 million allocated to the beautification of streets. The actually street that I'm located on is Alessandro Street, North Alessandro Street, which is only a few blocks away from City Hall. And I noticed that the street is in dire need of repair. It's the city engineer labeled the street as number 17, which I guess is a high number of, I guess it's a code that determines the condition of the street. And so I would implore the staff of the city and the city council to please put not only my street, but neighboring streets on the beautification agenda for Q1. There's $2 million set aside, but it doesn't really outline what streets are being beautified. The street that I currently own a home on, the street is in dire repair, potholes, so on and so forth. In addition to the beautification, I would also recommend or suggest for the city council and the city personnel to add the trimming of the trees on the close to the street side, because they're overgrown into the electrical wires coming to the home. So that could be a potential fire hazard for potential cities, homes, so on and so forth. So I would really like to see this on as an agenda item, and also status updates of what streets are being beautified and updated as needed. Thank you. My name is Demarius Carmichael, and I appreciate the time you've given me here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes public comment on the Zoom call.
Now we will continue with the general comments. I would like Daryl Fry, please.
Holiday. Good evening. Good evening. I know life is too short. Come on. Happy holidays, everyone. Happy holidays, council, mayor, city manager, city attorney, city clerk. Happy holidays once again. My name is Daryl Fry, representing our assembly member, Dr. Corey Jackson. And I wanted to personally invite you all again to next Tuesday's event. I will be gathering at the Hemet Public Library next Tuesday, which is December 19th at 5:30 p.m. We'll be gathering alongside Assemblymember Eduardo Garcia, and it's a good time to see the recap of the year. So both Assembly members will be sharing the bills that were signed by the governor, the budget wins that they were able to get through the state budget, as well as the vision for next year. So come, bring your questions, bring your concerns, your problems as well. It's a very safe space as well. Again, thank you so much. I left some flowers in the back for reference as well. Thank you.
Is Debbie Shamber here? I have an idea she left. That's why I asked. I think she got her answer. Brian Hutchins.
Good evening. I'm Brian Hutchins with Voices for Children. I'm speaking on behalf for the consumer Community Development Block Grant Program. I wanted to thank the Hemet City Council for your past support and for again considering our current grant application. Voices for Children provides court-appointed special advocates, known as CASAs, to children in foster care. Every child who enters foster care has experienced abuse and neglect. Unfortunately, foster care can often cause them additional trauma, anxiety, confusion, and isolation. CASAs are community members who are trained and supported by Voices for Children to speak up on behalf of these children. In closing, I'd like to share the impact that one CASA, Susie, had on a 19-year-old girl named Maria. Sadly, Susie passed away last month, unexpectedly. Shortly thereafter, Maria took 2 buses and a train to travel from Escondido, where she now lives, to the Riverside Juvenile Court because she wanted to address the court on behalf of Susie. This is what she said. "Dear Your Honor, I met my CASA 5 months ago after I requested a CASA volunteer. Growing up in the foster system, I was lost. It seems like every time I tried to accomplish something in my life, the world would come crashing down and nothing made sense until I met Susie. She gave me hope, and she did one thing a lot of people didn't. She believed in me. I told her I wanted braces and my driver license, and she did everything in her power to try to help me. After so many no's, I decided to pay for my braces with money I had been saving for a car, and 2 weeks ago, I got my driver license. Susie was a wonderful woman, and I want to thank her for everything she did for me. She helped me find my voice. She created a path for me. Now it is my time to create steps on that path and make my way in the life she believed I could have. I will forever be grateful that God has brought me a guardian angel to watch over me for the rest of my life. Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you for making this possible."
Thank you, Brian. May I have Robert Weiss?
Good evening, council members and city manager. My name is Robert Weiss. I'm the president of the HOA for the Solero Diamond Valley community. And I'm here tonight. As you know, we have about 300 homes that are being built south of us and several hundred that are going to be built north of us. Okay. And so basically knowing that the traffic on Fisher and Mustang is going to greatly increase, people are going to find the way to get through to Dominican Warren World and then Dominican Parkway, the fastest way, which is through the community. And right now we have cars that are exceeding 45 miles an hour going that way, both people in the community, but also outside the community. Concern we have is we approached this several months ago and we had somebody from the city come out. But we're asking for 6 speed bumps. We got 2 pedestrian signs is all we got. Okay. So November 28th, a community member was going home, and just as they got near the Paseo Famosa crossing, 2 girls from the south of us, live south of our community, crossed on their bike and nearly got hit. They would have been injured or killed. And that's the concern we have, is that people are not slowing down, and we've asked for these speed bumps, 6 of them, 4 on Paseo Famosa, 2 on Alamonte. And so the concern we have, this is the second time we're requesting this, and I'm not saying if, I'm going to say when somebody gets injured or killed, it's going to be on the city to deal with it legally. So our concerns, we're asking that we get the speed bumps as soon as possible for the safety of all the people that are going to be in the community that are driving, and also for people that are walking across that road. Thank you.
Jesse Karen? Do I have Jesse? No. I have Stacy Olson that is giving her time to Pat Gregory. May I have Pat Gregory?
Somebody left their glasses.
Good evening. Before starting, I have a question. Why didn't the city of Hemet identify and separate out Measure U revenues and expenses on the audited financial statements instead of commingling the numbers on the ACFR? I reviewed the September 26th council meeting to prepare for tonight's comments and why I believe the city of Hemet has failed to comply with Measure U audit requirements outlined in Ordinance 1918. At the city council meeting, the city's financial director and the city attorney stated that Measure U had been audited and anything else proposed would be considered additional. As they alleged that the city complied with Ordinance 1918, the mayor concluded the same thing. The mayor's exact words were, according to them, it's been done already. The problem is it hasn't. During the 926 meeting, the financial director misrepresented the cost of an audit. She threw out numbers of $350 to $495 an hour for the cost of accountants. Yet in her very own PowerPoint, she provided estimates of $233 an hour. She also overestimated the cost of an audit that would treat Measure U the same as other general fund revenue. She estimated $90,000. The documents I finally received from a FOA request showed the entire city is audited for $40,000. Subsequently, I sent several messages to the financial director asking her to show me the exact pages of the ACFR where the Measure U audit could be found, but she never responded. Other interesting comments from the 926 meeting were from the city attorney. He said numerous cities use the same language as our ordinance. He mentioned Lake Elsinore. So when I looked at Lake Elsinore's ACFR, I found they had separated out their Measure Z on their audited financial statements. Lake Elsinore complied, while Hemet did not. I sent copies of Lake Elsinore's general fund financial statements to every single one of you. And again, there was no response to my email. The city attorney stated at the 926 meeting that the Measure U audit is included in the ACFR. But on his impartial analysis for Measure H, here's what he says, verbatim. Measure U is subject to an independent annual financial audit that occurs alongside the city of Hemet's ACFR. So which is it? Is it included in the ACFR per his comments on the 926 meeting, or does the audit occur alongside the ACFR, as stated in his impartial analysis? When I previously asked the city attorney for a copy of the audit, he referred me to an AUP. That's not an audit, but it seems to be the city attorney's third alternate explanation to prove the existence of the elusive Measure U audit. I sent the city attorney an email asking for clarification, and you guessed it, no response. Since no one will answer my questions, I prepared a letter with supporting documents to Grant Parks, the California State Auditor, with copies to District Attorney Michael Hesterin, the governor, and several media outlets. I explained the city's noncompliance with their own ordinance and resolutions for the past 7 years, and the city's attempt to cover up the issue of a Measure U audit. I attached a link to the 926 council meeting so they could see for themselves. I also explained another violation of Ordinance 1918. It states the independent auditor's report shall include an accounting of the revenues received and expenditures made. The only report I ever saw was from the previous finance director and not an independent audit. Additionally, I addressed the city's noncompliance with FOIA deadlines that I and others have experienced. I'm not sure what will happen, if anything, because of those letters,
but sometimes the cover-up is worse than the transgression. A council member at the 926 hearing stated Measure U always had its own accounting code. Yet, on the city's own website, it states that Measure U was maintained under the general fund code. It wasn't until 2021 when I believe Captain Paust was in the situation that it was moved into its own accounting code. So it is impossible to claim. It is impossible for the city to claim that there was a Measure U audit because the city's own accounting system couldn't provide it. So my answer to the question I asked in the beginning is I believe the city is intentionally preventing the citizens from seeing the actual revenues and expenditures of Measure H. The original malfeasance happened in the past, but it's happening right now on your watch. All right, one more thing. At the 926 council meeting, one council member mentioned that there were only 3 citizens in the audience supporting an audit. So 48 hours ago, I prepared a survey and posted it on several online sites. Response is over 90% in favor of a Measure U audit and an accounting that is already required by law. Thank you. 1 second.
Everybody's doing good today.
Jim Lineberger,
Good evening, council, staff. I'm representing or talking about the community pantry. A few of you know about this, but this will be our first public announcement. The pantry is in severe crisis financially. Since COVID has ended, our donations are down quite a lot. We're in trouble. Now we are going, in January will be our 59th year of serving the people in this valley. We're trying to do a lot of things. We were trying to merge with another large organization. That's probably not going to happen, not due to our part, but just their part. But if it does, it may not take place for another 4, 5, 6 months. We're also looking at me stepping down as a paid director to save the salary and then just donate what time I can, but then I have to look at my personal finances. Not sure I can do that. You know, I'm not rich like my friend Linda here, but I don't know where that came from, Linda. I'm sorry. But so it's just a public announcement. Not sure what can be done, who can help us out. But we are in the last 6 months feeding more people than we have in the last 58 years. I've shared this with people here and there. We get 50 to 60 requests a month for rental assistance. And the sad part is 40% of that request is from our senior citizens that are 65 and older. We are giving people that sometimes they come and we give them food and it's a good amount, but it's not always great. It's not steak and lobster and stuff. I hate to say it's poor people's food. It's what, macaroni and cheese and top ramen, just something to put in your belly. But they leave crying that they got something. Now we have other agencies that are feeding people. So if the pantry does in 3, 4, 5 months have to close its doors, I'm hoping these people can take over the need. Some of you don't know the severity of what's going on in this valley with our people. If the seniors knew who us and some of the others are feeding, we couldn't handle the need of food going to the people in this valley. No matter who you are, I see it on a daily basis. It's troublesome, it's sad. And what's sad, and I've shared this before, is why do our seniors have to live like this in this country? Money comes from people 70 years and older. We don't get money from the 20 years to the 65 years. We get food donations from schools where they're teaching the kids about food. But we have a 3.5 generation gap of no support. And if you look at our records, those are the people we're serving. So not just the pantry's in trouble. We've had a few others have some challenges. What's going to happen? Not now, but in the future. So if we do close, it creates a crisis. We got a lot of beautiful in this city, a lot of wonderful people and organizations that help. But the need is far, far greater than what we all can do. Supervisor Gutierrez, I just found out today, I'm calling his staff since that meeting. I got no return calls, and then I heard his staff a lot of them left. So I don't know who to call, Jackie, if you can get a hold of him.
I'll talk to you in a bit.
Okay. But so this is our first public announcement. We're not sure what's going to happen. We're doing the best we can to make sure we continue to serve people. If I drop down and take away my salary, I've got staff and people that it's only 2 paid people, myself and my operations gal. I think they can run the pantry and keep it going. So that's something I have to look at to sacrifice myself for that. Keep us in prayer. I am a faithful man, hoping prayers will help. But thank you very much.
I have a little surprise for Jim right now. Is it on?
I got a surprise for you. I'm married, so. A good one, Jim.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Everybody can hear me anyway. For 26 years, there's an organization that's called the Mobile Home Education Trust. And last Friday, 4 of we council members went to it, and they honor elected officials, and it was a wonderful event. And they have a cash drawing at the end of, I think it was 8 different cash amounts they gave out, starting at $250 up to $1,500 each. Last year, our mayor got a $1,000 cash prize, and he donated it to American Legion. So this year, we 4 members were sitting there, and they called the first name, and it was Carol Kendrick. So Carol has something for you for $250. And then they called a couple more names. And then they called Linda Krupa. And she got an award for $500. Okay. So then maybe a couple more names went by, and I got called. And I have a cash award of $750 for the pantry. Okay, so then we get to the end, and somebody from Riverside was called, and you must be present to win this. So we're sitting there, and our mayor is the only one that hasn't gotten an award. So after somebody from Riverside was not present, they drew another name. Joe Mills, $1,000. So collectively, the city council is donating $2,500 to the pantry.
So if I could have your favorite numbers, I'll go to Saboba on the roulette wheel. Turn it into $100,000. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. You didn't win anything at that meeting?
Okay, so then. City Clerk, are there any online comments at this time?
Thank you, Mayor. If there's anyone who'd like to speak, now is the time to raise your hand, and we'll give you just a few moments. Seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem, there's no public comment.
Thank you. We will now move to presentations. We will start with the International Day of Persons with Disabilities Proclamation. And that was given to me earlier in the evening. And I would like to have Willie come on.
Willie, you look good, brother.
City of Hemet, California. City of Hemet, California proclamation is on? Okay. Okay. International Day of Persons with Disabilities. The annual observance of the International Day of Disabled Persons was first proclaimed in 1992 by the United Nations General Assembly, and an estimated over 1 billion people live with disabilities. The City of Hemet recognizes that true inclusion and participation of persons with disabilities involved equal opportunities, independent living, and economic self-sufficiency. And persons with disabilities are entitled to respect for their human dignity regardless of their origin, nature, visibility, and degree of their disability. Far too often, persons with disabilities face differential treatment and discrimination. And celebrating the International Day of Persons with Disabilities on a yearly basis opens the space for a much-needed conversation about the invaluable contributions and needs of persons with disabilities. It also creates awareness of the further actions needed to make Hemet a more inclusive and welcoming place for all individuals. Therefore, Joe Males, Mayor of City of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim the day of December 3rd, 2023 as International Day of Persons with Disabilities. And doing so, call upon employers, schools, and other community organizations to observe this day and advance its essential message that people with disabilities are equal to all. Signed, Joe Males and the City Council.
Disabled in this community are visible. People, if you don't pay much to see people or a cane, and it's those people that we gotta watch for. We gotta look out for, because they are at one point in time like everybody else, talking, being a part of this community. And I myself have worked hard with the city and with Empire Mobility to show that, you know, we aren't forgotten. We are here and we have a voice.
Thank you, Willie. Linda. Next, we will have Carol Kendrick for International Volunteer Day proclamation.
Councilmember Krupa. The City of Hemet of California Proclamation, International Volunteer Day. Whereas the annual observance of the International Volunteer Day for Economic and Social Development was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on December 17th, 1985. Whereas volunteers strengthen communities and find solutions to social challenges and enhance the overall quality of life for all citizens of Hemet, including children, seniors, those who are disabled, impoverished, homeless, physically or mentally ill, or otherwise in need of assistance. Whereas the annual observance of International Volunteer Day aims to create awareness of collaborative efforts that volunteers are making in nearby communities and throughout the world, and whereas the service of volunteers helps improve areas around the world by completing any and every task from mending fences to picking up trash, from painting community buildings to filling a classroom with necessary supplies. Volunteers make a difference by recognizing that no task is too small or insignificant. And whereas the City of Hemet is grateful to those who dedicate their time to the service of volunteering, without their incredible hearts and generosity, our world would be substantially less connected and enormously less beautiful. Now for the Mayor Joe Males of the City of Hemet, along with the council, do hereby proclaim the day of December 5th, 2023 as International Volunteer Day.
Thank you. I did not expect this, but I'll tell you the volunteering idea is awesome. And it's much better to give than to receive. And it's just a better feeling all the way around. And Jim, I'm glad you were here tonight, and I'm glad we can help the pantry monetarily with that. But I'll tell you, with everything else, the other organizations I belong to, we go out in the community and we do the service projects, but we also raise money that then goes back to the community and mainly to the kids, because they are our future and we need to bring them up right. So thank you so much, Carol. And thank you, City Council.
Next, we will have the celebration of Kwanzaa proclamation.
The celebration of Kwanzaa, whereas born out of the turbulence of the civil rights era in the 1960s, Kwanzaa is an annual celebration of African American culture, and Kwanzaa was started by Dr. Ron Karenga and was first celebrated in 1966. Kwanzaa derives from the phrase, how do you say it? Matunda ya Kwanzaa. Okay. Which means first fruits in Swahili, and is based on an African agriculture harvest festival celebrated throughout Africa. Kwanzaa is observed for 7 days, December 26th through the 1st of January, and the objective is to reaffirm and restore African heritage and culture, to introduce and reinforce the Guzo Saba, or the 7 principles, and to serve as a nationally celebrated communal and non-heroic holiday as a way for African American families to reconnect to their roots and their communities. Kwanzaa is a strictly secular holiday, therefore all races and creeds are welcome and encouraged to celebrate. And although its 7-pronged kinara bears resemblance of the 8-pronged Jewish menorah and is celebrated immediately after Christmas, it has no connection to Judaism and is neither related nor intended to exclude the Christian holiday. Kwanzaa is a time for learning, family, and celebration, and Kwanzaa celebrations honor the ancestor, affirm bonds between them, and celebrate African American culture. And the holiday is anchored by 7 principles that we heard earlier that aim to inspire Black people to be united, self-determined, accountable for their communities, financially invested in Black-owned businesses, purposeful in their lives, creative, and full of faith. Now, therefore, Joe Males, Mayor of the City of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim December 26th through January 1st as the annual celebration of Kwanzaa. So I have 4 categories here for our event that we had called Chalktober, and we want to honor the Chalktober art competition winners at this time. And so, Alan, I was thinking there's 4 different groups, right? So there's a group division. The group division, I believe, was the families doing it together on, and then there's the secondary division, intermediate division, and then the primary division.
And Councilmember Lilienthal,
gonna-
we have a short video to show the award winners.
Okay. Let me see the first 4. First 3.
So for the group division for first place, can I have Jackie and Amelia come forward? And then for second place, can I have Riley and Sky Rosales? And for third place, can I have Oceana Ball? And then for first place for secondary, can I have Romina? Ben Venezuela for second place. Leila Hernandez for third place. And then for our intermediate division, can I have Angel Martinez for first place? Niall Fells for second place. Epiphany Burke for third place. And then for the primary division, can I have Emmy for first place? Fallon for second place. Isaac Campos for third place. All right, so it looks like not everybody's here. What's your?
I'm Ben Bonzor.
And then what's your name? Isaac for the last one.
Just wait until that, so we can get a picture of you all, okay?
And then what's your name? You got Isaac. How'd you say your name? Okay. Oh, I got that right. What's your name? Right. Oh, here we go. All right, where's all your peers at? Do you guys want to say something about your art?
I'm just really, I'm proud to be part of this community. I'm proud to be able to take part in the events this city and I'm looking forward to more planned events in the future. I'd also like to say congratulations to the chief.
Hold it open. Hold it open. And hold it open like this. And then we're all gonna look at Alan. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for all of your hard work. What else is there?
And lastly, we will move on to a presentation on municipal government by the fall 2023 mayor mentees.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Bailey McAuliffe, and the Mayor Mentees, we are presenting what we call Grouper Town, which is an aquarium that we think would help the city a lot. This is a part of the Strategic Plan Integration for Partnership and Collaboration. The Mayor Mentee program provides opportunities for youth in high school. It's all about municipal government. So we wanted to, this one? Oh, yeah. Okay, this is a lot of inspiration was taken from kind of the Monterey Bay because we want to have a lot of hands-on experience for anyone to learn because you're never too old to learn. So we thought that if we make it bigger, it'd be better because there's more opportunities to just go around and see what we have available. There will be learning opportunities, restaurants and shops. So kind of just all around basis will be covered.
So when you think of an aquatic tourist center, what is the first thing that comes to mind? For most people, that would be something like SeaWorld in San Diego. But why not have that in our own city? In our future generations, it's expected to have that a lot of their experiences are going to be on their phones or social media. But why not foster that by connecting to nature while also being able to gain relationships with their friends and families through something like an aquarium in our own city, locally, Grouper Town? Not only would this be able to create core memories for children, it also creates core memories for people of all ages, as they're also able to have internship programs, volunteer, rewards, and eat at the restaurant. Thank you.
So the aquarium we want to build is going to be a 50,000 square foot building adjacent to the Valley-wide Aquatic Center. It'll include a gift shop and a restaurant. The opening hours will be from 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. The location of the aquarium will be planning area 4 of the Diamond Valley Lake Park specific plan. It meets the requirements set in the specific plan, and it will bring additional activities to the city and its development. Specifically, it's located on the southwest corner of Dominigoni Parkway and Cerro Parkway. It'll be built on a 58-acre parcel with private access roadway off of Cerro Park. Not only will we utilize the land to develop Hemet and we will also minimize the impact to the wildlife corridor and reserves in the area.
Programs, 2 separate programs, one age for 14-year-olds and older. One age 8 to 12-year-olds, older age gets a hands-on experience with the fish and day-to-day with the crew. Younger groups get a simpler version of that: tour, restaurant, work, feeding fish, helping around the building, and etc.
Right. We will also have a restaurant at our Grouper Town. It'll be shaped like a puffer fish, which adds to the design aesthetic of the aquarium while also providing an element of humor. The doorway will be the mouth of the puffer fish, and the spikes are seating through which you can see the aquarium from a little elevated perch. This restaurant features 2-level dining. The bottom level will be for family, friends, and kids. And then the top level will be more of like a soft ambient feeling. Has like lower lighting and is usually for reserved seating. So it's calmer up there. Yeah, so when you come to Grouper Town, you can also eat at the restaurant.
Grouper Town will also have a gift shop. The design of the gift shop will have fun, vibrant colors, sea life decorations. The photos on the slide are just some possible examples for future designs. There will be a lot of fun gift shop items to be able to be purchased. Memberships and deals will be offered to those who are frequent visitors to the aquarium. A percentage of the proceeds will go to good causes such as For Ocean Water Conservation and the Sea Animal Protection Program. And people will also be able to donate to certain charities as well.
Products for the gift shop. The products that we are going to have in the store will be products to learn more about fish. The objective is for people to know more or become interested, which is good because they will learn and play at the same time. We could have some books that can help to improve the knowledge. Toys that make learning about fish more fun, especially for kids. Some small details so that they take home the memories, such as earrings, some shirts and glazes with the logo, lamps and stuffed animals. After each purchase, you can get a mini pin with the store logo as a thank you. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
You got the next one ready? All right. Good evening, council members. My name is Cody Moore from Western Center Academy, and this is Group 2 presenting on our idea of the flower fields. So, oh yeah, I have a clicker. Why a flower field, you might be asking? Well, we saw an opportunity to improve in some areas around our community, such as the ones that you see on the screen. We tried our best to address all of these when thinking about how to improve our city with this idea.
The Hemet flower fields will include large field of flowers, pedestrian paths, classrooms that will educate adults and children, environmental center, which include an informational center, a bed and breakfast for those who would like a change of scenery and also who would like to enjoy a staycation, and a recreational lake.
When choosing a location for the project, we looked for a place that would best benefit the people of Hemet and took advantage of our resources at home. This is why we chose the Planning Area 3 lot on the Diamond Valley Specific Park Plan. The lot includes a lake and is zoned for recreation and educational purposes, which is perfect for our flower fields. Not to mention, it would be by the Western Science Center and would be able to use the resources and make the area a hub for education and environmental awareness.
The flower fields will have a great impact on education, mental health, and it'll bring opportunities for volunteering. Not only that, we'll learn more about botany. And then when we are surrounded by flower fields, our mind is more creative and it enriches our mindset, and it also improves a lot on our capacity. And then when community engagement comes up, there will be a chance for us to become more involved and become more united.
The environmental impacts that we'll have in the flower field, it can induce more pollinators into the valley. Native flowers would most likely grow successful than non-natives. Native flowers have evolved to grow in the respective environments that require less energy and water to grow. The root structures will keep the ground solid and will keep the plants to ground the retained water. Will also replace unappealing and unneeded and invasive weeds and unneeded plants. The flowers that will be included in these flower fields will be milkweed, monkey flowers, poppies, and etc.
Flower fields are an incentive to the city of Hemet. Flower fields will also offer a great opportunity to bring more revenue and tourism to the city of Hemet. Flower fields will make the city of Hemet an environmental leader, and this is important because there are a few gaps in environmental awareness, and institutions in the city, in the Hemet San Jacinto Valley. We're already capitalizing off of the California super bloom. For example, as seen, people have taken long drives just to see the super bloom every spring season. The permits needed for the flower fields are commercial crop production, including fruits, vegetables, flowers, and ornamental plants, bed and breakfast inn, public facilities and utilities connection, including but not limited to electrical substations, waterwork facilities, and public safety facilities, and an extension of unnamed access roads. I don't have information.
As for the financial aspect of the flower fields, we would need money to obtain permits as well as to build the bed and breakfast. We also plan to conduct an environmental impact report to better determine which plants are suitable for the area. We also plan to implement benches in other areas for people to rest while they explore the flower fields, as well as to hire and pay employees. Partnerships with schools and universities will hopefully be able to fund educational workshops. To make a profit from the flower fields, the bed and breakfast will hopefully be able to make some money, and we plan to sell the flowers as seeds. Tickets and memberships will also bring in revenue, and we plan to pursue educational, environmental, and recreational grants. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
So this is our cohort for the fall season for the Mayor Mentees. They have worked really hard. They learned about all of the departments of the city of Hemet. And so when they were building their projects, each department that they met with, they included certain aspects like planning and the finance department all in their programs. And so they worked really hard, and I'm just so proud of them. All right. Anybody want to say anything? Tell them your favorite thing about it.
I like talking with this guy. I'm not gonna lie. Getting to know someone who actually like makes decisions is something that a lot of us don't get to do, and I try to take advantage of it as much as possible. And I did learn a lot of tiny little tidbits that you wouldn't like really think that you would learn from here. But this guy knows a lot. So thank you.
One more.
So I went to this Mayor Mentee program thinking that I just learned about government. I learned a lot more than that. Through not only Malcolm, through not only like Veronica, who like showed us their honest truth, their opinions, and showed us things that we, like Cody said, wouldn't really consider. I've also gained a lot of new friends and a lot of communities through volunteering through events like Chalktober, which was organized by these amazing people. So thank you.
Okay, so Daryl, want to come up? We have some certificates. Some of them are still in the mail. What you'll be getting is you're getting recognition from Senator Rosalie's office. You'll also be getting recognition from Assemblymember Eduardo Garcia, and we also have Daryl here tonight to represent Dr. Corey Jackson for recognition as well. Give him it, you'll also get yours as well. So they'll be sent to your schools, your respective hear me. But I would like Daryl to hand out all of his. All right, good evening once again, community. Well, can we give another round of applause for these amazing scholars for hard work, weeks work of energy and time and effort. I myself started with at ASB 7th grade year, middle school. I worked all the way to become president of ASB my senior year of high school. So that's where it starts. So, the experience that you get when you're younger translates to you when you're adult, and you're able to continue to maybe run one day. So maybe this is the future mayor, governor, president of our America, hello, United States of America. How beautiful would that be from our city of Hemet to really grow and build our scholars to the White House? And it starts right here. So with that, I want to make sure we affirm and give a scholars for all their weeks of hard work. So each certificate reads, the Honorable Dr. Corey Jackson proudly joins with the city of Hemet to congratulate you for serving in the Mayor Mentee program. Thank you for demonstrating exceptional leadership and being an exemplary role model in our community. On behalf of the California State Assembly, I hereby extend best wishes for you for much success and prosperity. Congratulations to one of you, each and every one of you. All right, to give individual accomplishment accreditation, we want to start with Anum Feroz. Can we make some noise for her? And if you can help me out with these rest of them as well, hold that for me. She's gonna help me out with the rest of them, her colleagues. Can we also make some noise from Ariana Pavlin? Savoy, congratulations. We'll do a group photo at the very end, okay? Go ahead and keep your certificates open. Bailey McAuliffe. Congratulations, Bailey. And again, this is from the State Assembly. Bryce Castellano Meredith. He's not here. We can make some noise for Bryce. Come on. We're on a record. He better be watching on Zoom. Congratulations, Bryce, if you're on Zoom. All right, next up, Cody Moore. Congratulations, boss. All right, Emily Gomez. Congratulations, Miss Gomez. You're really doing a great job, too. All right, Emma Hernstrom. Congratulations, Emma. Ingrid Salas. Congratulations, Ingrid. There you go, super city, future city council members and everything here. Jody Benitez, Felix, Mr. Felix, Miss Felix, sorry. Giraldi. All right, Joseph Hartel. Congratulations. I love that fish restaurant. Love that. Karoz Musa. Congratulations, Mr. Musa. Miss Crystal McClellan. Congratulations, Crystal. Miss Margaret Flores. Congratulations. On behalf of the State Assembly. Nicholas Leon. He's not here. He's on Zoom. Congratulations, Nicholas. Riley Mayer. Riley. Congratulations. There you are. Serena Munoz. Not here. And one more time for the new cohort of the Mayor Mentee program. All right. Remember how you all face me? You all face me? Okay. And then Alan, that you got all of us? Wow. All right, guys, you're excused. Go ahead, Jackie.
We will now open the public hearing. The time is 8:33. The city council's procedures for public hearing will be as follows. Staff will provide a report and clarification of items presented. The public hearing will be open for comments for those in favor or in opposition to the item, followed by rebuttal to any comments made. May I have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Veronica Allen, Management Analyst for the City Manager's Office. This public hearing is to begin the fiscal year 24-25 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan. The purpose of the public hearing is to provide the community an opportunity to express their interest or concerns on community needs and priorities to the council in preparation for allocation as identified in the City of Hemet's Citizen Participation Plan. The Community Development Block Grant integrates with quality of life, partnership and collaboration, organizational effectiveness, and community engagement objectives in the strategic plan. This is a list of eligible projects for CDBG. It is not an inclusive list, but we wanted to show some of the eligible projects that can be funded through CDBG. This slide represents previously funded city projects funded in fiscal year 21-22, fiscal year 22-23, and the current fiscal year. Please note that not all projects are listed, or it would be extremely large. We also wanted to show other agency projects that are funded by CDBG. This is the 23-24 City of Moreno Valley CDBG, and also some projects with Riverside County. Again, this list is not inclusive because all of their projects are extremely large. At the July 11, 2023 City Council meeting, the City Council selected Councilmember Kendrick and Peterson to serve on the CDBG Ad Hoc Committee. They will serve on the ad hoc to allocate the fiscal year 24-25 funds to the projects. After the City Council conducts the public hearing, City Council may elect the CDBG Ad Hoc Committee to serve for fiscal year 2024-25, or this action can be deferred until July 2024. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Now I would like to have the request for the people that wanted to speak. I have Carolina Brooks. Would you like to come up? She's representing Caravan Transit System.
Yes, yes.
Hi, thank you all for having us here. My name is Carolina Brooks. I have been with Caravan for 6 years. I'm very honored to be part of this nonprofit organization to help individuals who need Caravan. Caravan was founded in 1994. We service transportation to individuals with disabilities and individuals who are financially disadvantaged. On behalf of Caravan, we want to thank you all, the City of Hemet and the CDBG program, for your support. We appreciate all your support. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Jose Garcia, also for Caravan.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, ladies. Is everyone still awake? Amen. Well, the name is Jose Garcia, and I'm also representing Caravan. I've been a rider user for the last 12, 13 years, and I am glad that I could be a beneficiary from Caravan. Thanks to this group that we have. You know, our drivers, they are awesome people. They are willing to put up their time and their life on the line for us, because sometimes we get awful nasty with our drivers. We do. We're humans. And sometimes we get out of hand. But if we can stand together and say, Caravan, keep going forward, we can do this. You know, so I want to support Caravan as much as I can, because I still want to keep on using it as much as I can. So thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies, and have a blessed night.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Our next speaker is Jean Goldsby, also for Caravan.
I give honor to our mayor and to the mayor's staff there. I may not say it correctly. Please forgive me, but I give honor to each of you. My name is Jean Goldsby. I am handicapped, as you can see, but I am so grateful for I'm looking at some of our leaders, Carolina and Kimberly, because they are the leaders and the bosses of the Caravan. Boy, the only things that's missing from that word Caravan is, you know what? Only one word. And it's called the Caravan, but it should say we care. They really care about us. And it shows every day, every hour that we're able to get on and get a ride. That's the only way how I get to church. It's the only way how I get to go shopping. And so I'm sorry that I get so emotional. But when people are so grateful and so good, thank God for people like them, like Caroline and them. I pray to God that we continue in a place like Hemet that we love, and yet we want to get around. But God has blessed us to have. I know we have other transportation, which I don't put down, but the Caravan, I'm telling you, it is one of the best. You have, just wait until you get a little older and you will see what I mean. May the Lord continue to bless the Caravan. It's because the one word that's missing, we care. They really care. God bless you. Merry Christmas, and thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Jean. Next, I have Ava Haddifard for Caravan.
Good evening, everyone. I am honored to be here and talk about Caravan. I'm speechless. I don't know what should I say. They are so wonderful. They are like family because I have no one here. No family, no relative. I came from Denmark and I had a big corporation. I lost everything because for tragedy, after tragedy came to my life. And prohibited to driving also, I am disabled. And also prohibited to driving because I have sleep apnea. As soon as I start to driving, I fall asleep. So I cannot drive for 20 years. And when I lost everything, because again, for so many tragedy, like my mom has been killed, not in this country, another country, and other tragedy. So when I noticed, I came from East Coast to California. When I noticed online about the Caravan, I wasn't sure I'd be happy with them because I didn't know that. But when I working with them and driver, especially all the drivers, they are like my family because I am alone here. And especially Miss Carolina, she is super. And if I know one day I wake up and no Caravan, to be honest with you, I don't think so. I'm here. I die because I'm so connected to them. Only I use it once a week, but that's okay. They do everything. They are very, very, very friendly. They are like my family here. And I'm not alone with them, with all the drivers and Miss Carolina and also Kemily. And I think a new girl, Jessica, if I don't make a mistake, but I'm proud of them. And I hope it's continue to their job. I know it's a nonprofit organization. They have to have enough money to continue, and just is everything, is bottom of my heart, is everything for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ava.
I say thanks a million is my word to them. That's it. Thanks a million. To all of you. Thank you.
Lynn Kelly Lehner, Habitat for Humanity Inland Valley.
Good evening, members of the council and staff. My name is Lynn Kelly Lehner, and I am the Director of Housing and Compliance at Habitat for Humanity Inland Valley. We serve the cities of Temecula, Murrieta, Menifee, Paris, Wildomar, Canyon Lake, Lake Elsinore, and as of just last month, the cities of Hemet and San Jacinto. We are excited at the opportunity to partner with you in the future. While we didn't request CDBG funds for 24-25, I did want to take the opportunity to provide input on community needs. We do receive calls from the residents of Hemet for home repair services, and up until recently, we did not have a mechanism to assist them. I am happy to see that the next item on the agenda is a substantial amendment to your action plan that recommends adding a cap to a greater cap, to the Senior Disabled Home Repair Program. We have received inquiries from both seniors and non-seniors in Hemet for help in this area. The requests range from yard work and painting to HVAC replacement, window replacement, to full roof replacement. When people have to choose between being able to buy their medication or making a house repair, they will always choose the medication. This is an important program, and I'm happy to see the city support it. We run both critical and minor home repair programs in our other cities, and we have found that a higher cap helps us assist more people and helps keep people in their homes. Thank you for your time this evening. We will be reaching out to staff and council to introduce ourselves and our programs more formally in the near future, and I look forward to partnering together for the creation and preservation of affordable housing in Hemet. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. City Clerk, do we have any other comments online?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. If there's anyone on the Zoom call, now is the time to raise your hand for this public hearing item. We'll give you just a few moments to raise your hand. Do you have one? Ann Smith, you're live with the City Council meeting for item 18A.
Good evening. I just have a comment that I'd like to make. I know that there's a lot of time and effort on part of the ad hoc committee to come to some kind of responsible decisions about how to allocate this money. The only thing that I would say is I wish that the city would be a little more proactive in terms of public awareness. I don't think that the majority of citizens in Hemet are even aware of this grant program. They're not aware of a lot of things, and I don't know that you can change that. But if it was possible for you to either develop a handout or printout that could be distributed to the various communities so people could have some input. A lot of seniors don't have a computer, and a lot of them don't even know how to use a computer, but we have wonderful volunteers in Hemet. And I'm thinking that maybe if some of these folks who really do want to volunteer are willing to make available, if they can drop flyers off or something that would let the citizens know that there is grant money available. And if people don't even understand what a grant is, can maybe explain it to them. There is a lot of need in Hemet. There's a tremendous amount of need, and I know you only have so much money to work with, but really public engagement is just absolutely essential. If you're going to take the time to develop an ad hoc committee, then I would assume that you would be really encouraged by anybody that would be willing to give you their input. Thank you very much for listening.
Are there any comments from the City Council members at this time? Okay, so I guess, Veronica, you want us to appoint 2 people for 2024-25 at this time?
You can, or you can defer it until July 2024.
What would council like to do? Would you like to make a motion to that? Don't need a motion? Okay. No other further comments? Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing. Do I have to state the time on this one too? Okay. Okay, part 2 of this is the CDBG amendment. And again, I will ask for a public comment and a staff report. And with that, I open this public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
The time is 8:51.
Good evening, council members. This public hearing is to accept public comments regarding the draft substantial amendment to the 2023-24 Annual Action Plan. Any comments received will be incorporated into the City of Hemet's 2023-24 Annual Action Plan. The city is amending its 23-24 Annual Action Plan to allocate funding in the amount of $600,000 to be used for a street repaving project within low to moderate income census block tract areas within the city. The draft substantial amendment to the 23-24 Annual Action Plan has been made available for public review and comment for a period of 30 days from November 10th through December 11th, 2023. To date, no public comments have been received. Staff is requesting City Council conduct the public hearing and to authorize the Administrative Services Director to increase revenues of $600,000 in the CDBG Fund 240 and transfer appropriations from the CDBG holding account 240-3853-5500 to the project account. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any comments from council on this item?
Yeah. Kind of explain that in layman's terms on where the 600,000 came from and where it's going to go and why are we reprogramming or doing what we're doing?
That's almost my height. Perfect. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Tori Roberts, Admin Services Director. So actually, this particular item stemmed from the city being notified of a non-compliance item with our funding with the grant. So we had received an allocation, and due to delays in project progress on some past year's allocations from HUD, we weren't expending the money from our allocations as quickly as we had planned to. And we have more details in some of the background on what those projects were. So what we did is we got together as a management team and said, how can we reprogram this so that way we can put ourselves in a position where we can expend the money from our allocations before the next time we're measured for compliance on our funding. So what we did is we said, well, we know that we need a lot of work on our streets. That's a great place to program the money. So that's where we are making that recommendation to move this allocation forward.
And the areas that have been selected are going to be readily available for contracting and being taken care of.
They sure are. We actually had a conversation with the Public Works Director to identify areas within the low mod income housing tracts, which are eligible, which were great candidates and ready to move forward on the construction. And if memory serves, I think we're planning to have all of this construction done in the February, March timeframe and have the money expended before it's May 1st measurement date.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Sure thing.
Are there any other comments from council? If no comments from council, I'll open the public hearing. City Clerk, do we have any registered speakers?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, but I'd like to call out on the Zoom call. And I believe we do have one. Ann Smith, did you want to speak on the item? I saw your
Yes.
hand go.
Yes, I do.
You're live with the council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Veronica Allen said that there was no comment from the public. Well, I hate to tell you this, but I didn't realize that there was something that went out to the public. I haven't seen anything. I don't know if it was a public announcement that was made in the Press Enterprise or some other publication, but I didn't see anything. And I wonder if I'm the only one that didn't see anything. And that's kind of frustrating since I'm usually pretty engaged. Thank you.
Any further comments?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That concludes our public comment.
Wow. Wow.
With that, I will close the public hearing. Any other further comments? Can I get a motion to authorize this?
Yes, I will move staff recommendation.
And a
Second.
second? Malcolm?
Second.
City Clerk, may we have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We're going to do a roll call on the motion here. We have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, a second by Councilmember Lilienthal. Councilmember
Yeah.
Kendrick.
Yes.
I'm
Councilmember
awake. I'm
Cooper.
actually sitting in front of my computer, live streaming.
Excuse me, and sorry about that. Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson,
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Next, we will move on to receive and file. Are there any questions from the city council on items 19A, 19B, and 19C? If not, we will receive and file the warrant registers, budget adjustments, and the investment reports.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second that. Did you want to pull anything?
I just wanted to clarify that we did receive and file by consensus, getting head nods from all council members. Yes. So
We're nodding.
and I heard the motion by Councilmember Kendrick, and was that a second by Councilmember Krupa to approve the consent calendar? And we're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Kendrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Can't believe that. We will now move to our discussion items. Our first discussion item is 21A, consider of a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Robin Gilliland Consulting. May I have a staff report on this, please?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll present the report tonight. This is essentially a two-part item. And the first, we're actually, let me back up and say, we're in the enviable position to talk about this tonight because of a state grant that the county received recently that benefits the city of Hemet, the city of San Jacinto, and unincorporated Riverside County. So this is a state encampment resolution fund. $12 million flowed to Riverside County. The city of Hemet receives $682,000, as does the city of San Jacinto. And in working with the council ad hoc of Mayor Males and former Mayor Pro Tem Lilienthal, we worked on discussing how to prioritize investments with those dollars, and worked with the county to understand what the limitations were for the use of that funding. And it's the recommendation of the ad hoc, as well as the police chief and the city manager, that those funds be, portion of those funds be invested in enhancing the city's coordination of its homeless services. So today we have homeless solution efforts that occupy a couple of different departments, touch different departments. That's the police department, that's the public works department, city manager's office. Public works is involved in various activities. What we don't have is a dedicated employee that spends the entire focus of their job managing and coordinating on these services. And as you know, the city is investing significant dollars in services provided by CityNet. And we also have a near-term opportunity to work with the county and San Jacinto on identifying and moving forward on the construction, first the site selection, and then construction of a transitional housing project somewhere in and around the valley. And so tonight, we're presenting you with a recommendation to create a position that we're calling the Community Solutions Coordinator position. We've verified with the county that this position would be able to be absorbed by the grant, paid for by the grant through June of 26, so about 2.5 years out. And that would still leave additional resources available for other eligible expenses under this grant. We think this will add a lot of value, and we know that with these near-term opportunities on a transitional housing project, that this position is going to help us increase our focus on how to improve issues related to reducing homelessness in Hemet. I want to also amplify that and say that we think that this position can also, and we've written this into the draft job description before you tonight, help us with coordination on SeeClickFix. So this is our application where the community helps us identify areas that need attention, whether it's debris, graffiti, something that needs attention, a field full of weeds. That SeeClickFix is a tool that, again, touches those same departments. And we see a lot of overlap between some of the homeless challenges that we have and those types of challenges that come through SeeClickFix. So we see that this person can also steward the SeeClickFix app and help make sure that our departments are coordinated and working together on that front. Beyond that, during our budget, in the process of developing our strategic plan action items this year, our Mayor Pro Tem identified a recommendation for consideration of an ombudsman position. This would be a troubleshooter type position. And the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Kendrick were assigned as liaisons to assist with consideration of how to address that. And frankly, I was concerned about the funding front, but with the gift of this grant, we see again an opportunity to layer onto this position a responsibility of serving as the city's ombudsman and essentially troubleshooting areas around town, and so much coordination and overlap with that SeeClickFix opportunity. So this is a really significant opportunity for the city to become better equipped and focused on all of these efforts that will lead to a safer and clean community. In the interim, it's the staff's recommendation to enter into an agreement with Robin Gilliland Consulting. Robin is here tonight, and we'll invite her to share a few comments about the scope of work that we worked on together to build. But Robin comes with a lot of background in homeless solutions in the region. She's currently under contract with the city of San Jacinto. She was involved in discussions with the county on the development of the application that was subsequently funded by the state. We're so grateful that she's in the Valley and available to help us as well. And we see a need to immediately engage on this front with the grant. It's live now. The money has just started to flow. So the expenses associated with her assistance would be eligible for reimbursement under this grant as well. And with that, we know that the site selection and the discussions related to an operator of a homeless transition project, housing project, are beginning now. The county has already released a request for proposals that will be, I think the submittals are due in early January, so they're not wasting any time. We want to be at the table. We want to be actively involved in the discussion about potentially even how to grow the vision for that project beyond the 135 units that are contemplated in the RFP. So at the same time, I think we will benefit by Robin's expertise with respect to how to help our community understand better ways of giving to help people that are experiencing homelessness. And we envision working with Robin to replicate work she's done in other communities to help raise awareness in our own community about how to give properly, to not prolong the problem, but help solve the problem. And so you'll see work on that front emerging very quickly. And we know that she can look at the work that we're doing with CityNet and the services within the city itself in the SeeClickFix front and beyond that touch homelessness and provide some recommendations for us. We also see there'll be a little bit of a gap in time between now and when we're able to bring on this person. And we see Robin as a transition person that will also be able to help introduce who we select as the Community Solutions Coordinator to help introduce that person to stakeholders in the region and beyond. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and let me also invite Robin to say a couple of words.
Good evening, Madam, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I am honored to be here this evening. I have seen Councilmember Krupa on meetings for years. We've been in similar crowds for quite a long time. So I just wanted to let you know that I really have a heart for this job. Many of you may or may not know that I spent 25 years in Temecula, and I did this type of work developing programs for, the at-risk population as well as homeless. And I always said that's where I should have been. It was kind of like, why did it take so long to get here? And then I was lucky enough upon leaving that city that Rob Johnson from San Jacinto invited me to come there, and we started the HARP program there. So with that, just a quick overview of kind of some of my ideas, because I really, as I mentioned to the city manager and, Malcolm and Joe and everybody in all these meetings, what's really amazing is, Hemet, you already have a great foundation. You really do. I mean, you got a great police department, whom I worked with on the other side of the city, as well as, you have CityNet. And in my opinion, they're the best, because I've had multiple different agencies in other cities. So you have a great foundation, but what I want to help is create this flow where things can be handled a little quicker, more efficiently. And ultimately, our goal is to help people get off the streets. And there's multiple mechanisms in which to do it. So I kind of would like to bring really a balanced approach. I think that, CityNet does the outreach piece. I think law enforcement is the other really important piece. You also have to have a collaboration with your school district, with your nonprofits, with any community stakeholders that have something to do with this population, which is quite a lot here, which is amazing. And you have to figure out how to make that all work. Also, I'm a very huge proponent of prevention and diversion. I think if we can slow the flow down into homelessness, then we're that much far ahead. And it's quite a bit less it's way less expensive to keep people housed. $200 electric bill versus about $20,000 once they hit the street with all of the costs. And then, I always keep an eye on the legal considerations. I would work closely with your police department to make sure we're complying within the law. We definitely don't want to bring anything in this area to the city. Obviously, you understand mental health and addiction are huge, huge challenges in this arena. But we have some really good legislation coming down that I was looking into today, and some really good opportunities, I think, to make a dent there. I mentioned prevention, and collaboration is huge. And I started the Regional Homeless Alliance in Southwest County, where I had 5 cities all working together. And that was my goal when I came to San Jacinto, was to get Hemet and San Jacinto to work a little bit more collaboratively and then create like a mini region, because that's how we're going to get more money. HUD wants collaboration. They want regions. They don't want independent cities, taking money anymore. So that will open up the doors, just like the encampment resolution funding. When I started talking to the county in San Jacinto, I said, well, we got to bring Hemet in too. And so it just worked out so wonderfully, So Mr. City Manager mentioned the community education. That's huge. That's a huge piece, because people want to help. Their heart is in the right place. They don't know how. They really don't. They'll come, and I'll talk to communities all the time, and I say, well, we do this, we do that. And I said, you might be actually harming that person by doing those things, because we want self-sufficient individuals who can stand on their own 2 feet and can actually, like this wonderful lady, make it in life. We don't want to keep them there. We want to help them rise up. So we would do a very robust community education program. And then I'm very data driven. So, you know, for San Jacinto, I'm crunching city net numbers all the time and I'm asking questions and, you know, why did this person come back? Because I want to know, you know, so we can adjust. Sometimes you got to think outside the box and you pull in all your community partners. So very data driven. I also get stats from our police department, from the sheriff's department. So I know, what are they doing? How many arrests are they making? Are they felonies? Are they, you know, just so I kind of have a whole vision of what the population is, because I think that's important too. So I mentioned prevention, and there's just so much. The collaboration is like probably the biggest part. The faith-based group, they are the heart of the community. They are. I've always said, we as government, we can't fix this problem. The community has to. They have to get in and do the appropriate things and you know, walk alongside individuals until they're ready to step out on their own. So with that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Robin, and thank you, City Manager, for a very good explanation. Are there any comments from City Council?
Do you want to speak to a couple of the items that you're talking about educating the community?
Sure. Yeah, I think one of the things that we've spoken about previously is, I think it's a critical first step to sort of get a branding. Like what is your program? You know, Temecula was the hot team, and it was, you know, that was our thing. San Jacinto, we became HARP, which means homeless and at-risk population. So, you know, come up with, I know it seems silly sometimes and everybody's acronym happy, but it does work. You know, it makes people think really quickly. I want HARP, or I want, you know, whatever. So that was one of the first things I mentioned is branding, and it needs to be unique to your community. It needs to be something that speaks Hemet, you know, and I know there's Hemet cares, and, you know, and I was already scribbling all down all kinds of ideas that I could bring to the ad hoc committee if that's appropriate. But yeah, I think we just have to get the community to understand that, you know, not every well-intentioned action will get the result that you think. And it may sound draconian sometimes, and I will be the first to admit, I will love people all day long. I have a girl from Oregon that still calls me. She's clean and sober 4 years, you know, and she still comes and says, thank you, you saved my life. You know, I will walk along, but I feel like sometimes it's like parenting teenagers, you know, you gotta, no, we're not going to do that, you know, because I don't want them to keep stepping backwards. The goal is to come forward and to learn to make the right decisions and really get on your feet and get back into society, and maybe reach back out to family and rebuild those bridges. And, you know, it's like I said, it's unique to every individual. So
could you speak to what some of those enabling ways that we might be involved in?
Sure. So we have found, depending on the situation, many times we discourage giving money to panhandlers. And the reason that is not to necessarily hurt them, but to try to encourage the community to give to organizations who are much like the pantry, right? Who's trying to get out there and help people. And believe it or not, you know, that $5 that all accumulates and goes to a nonprofit can really make a difference. It can make or break them, you know? And so, and often I tell people they're not saving the money for housing. They're using it generally for whatever ails them. It's just, that's the true fact that we found. So that's one thing. Feeding in the park is another tough one. When I was in Temecula, San Jacinto is a little different. There's not a lot of resources there. There's a couple, but, you know, I always say when I was in Temecula, there's 9 pantries within 5 miles. So they're not hungry, right? If they're really hungry, they'll walk to the pantry, you know? So it's just encouraging people to take control of themselves again and say, you know, I'm hungry. And I get food cards donated from churches that when individuals want to go home, we feed them all the way across the country, if that's what it takes, on a bus or a plane or whatever. We do whatever it takes to get them reconnected to their community and to their family. So there's just a couple examples.
What are some of the barriers that you've seen in San Jacinto?
Well, you know, mental health across the board, not just this population, but really across the board is a real challenge. And of course, addiction. And
like I said, there are a lot of good things coming. The county, from when I started doing this nearly 10 years ago, the county has come a long way with offering resources. And I think one of the benefits I'm thankful for is that because I've been doing this for so long, many of my colleagues at the county have now been promoted and they're like directors. So when I call them, I actually get to talk to somebody who can make a decision. So when I first got to San Jacinto, I was like, oh my gosh, where are we going to get money from? And I had a meeting with behavioral health director and the HWS director, and they were like, well, let's find you some. And so we just started, collaborating a little closely because for many years they know that this was sort of an area where like, oh, what do? We don't know what to do. There's nobody there to sort of coordinate everything with. And when I started going to the COC meetings and the Board of Governance meetings, I became the white flag. Nope, we're over here. San Jacinto's here. We need help too, And so we started bringing in more of those resources.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? I've heard very good things about you, Robin, and I think this is wonderful that we got the grant, and I think it's wonderful that we found a person with experience. So if there are no more comments, can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion and move staff approval.
Second?
I'll second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Lilienthal, second by Councilmember Kendrick. Going to do a roll call. Councilmember Kendrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
We'll now move on to 21B. It is a zoning ordinance that we want to look at, and I am asking for a staff report from Monique.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem, members of the City Council and the community. I'm Monique Alanis Flater, Community Development Director. This evening is a determination of use discussion, which involves a zoning. So a new business by the name of Pacific Mobile Structures, Inc. Has submitted a conditional use permit application with the city. The property is located on the west side of Santa Fe Street and south of Oakwood Street, with surrounding land uses such as schoolhouse manufacturing to the north in the city of San Jacinto, and similar type facility that is located to the property within the jurisdiction. So primarily the surrounding area is the city of San Jacinto, and the property is currently located with the land use designation of industrial. And so the discussion this evening involves two pieces of land that are part of the project. One being commercial manufacturing, which is closer to Santa Fe, and then another portion of the property that is Zone M2 heavy manufacturing. So the property, they both include different land uses that are permitted. So when we looked at the land use designation of the property, we discovered that the proposed use is not completely consistent with how it's identified in our land use, in our zoning matrix, in the zoning code. So Pacific Mobile Structures is a company that would carry out operations to include light manufacturing, assembly, storage, and service of offsite mobile office units and storage containers for rent and use by a variety of agencies such as school campuses, construction sites, and government agencies. So in accordance with section 90-1481 and 90-3 of the Hemet Municipal Code, When a use is not specifically listed as a permitted use or conditional use under a particular zone, and when that use is proposed, the Director of Community Development shall determine whether the use is sufficiently similar to the listed uses in the particular zone with justification, with findings. The findings that are required is that the proposed use would meet the objectives of the zone. The proposed use and its operation are compatible with the uses permitted in the zone. And the proposed use is similar to one or more uses in the zone. The director shall also notify the Planning Commission and City Council of the determination of use. And once the determination has been made, the director shall initiate an amendment to the zoning ordinance. So when analyzing the proposed use of the development, looking at each piece of the parcel, the commercial manufacturing zone piece, there are permitted similar uses. They are proposing offsite construction, assembly and storage and light manufacturing, as well as service on the commercial manufacturing property. The permitted uses in the commercial manufacturing zone that most closely align with the proposed use are demonstrated or provided here. For example, manufacture, assembly, display, and sales of modular homes. Manufacture home sales with or without on-site display of models and inventory. Assembly of small electronics, cabinets, furniture, equipment, and similar materials with no outdoor storage or operations. Machine shops with no outdoor operations. Distribution facilities, including but not limited to food products, prepacked, and machinery. I do want to mention that as part of the overall use that is being proposed, there is no outdoor storage on this particular piece of land. However, once from the assembly facility, the units would be ready for rental and would be shifted to the outdoor storage and parking area of the M2 zone property until they return for rental. So there would be no outdoor storage proposed on this property. The M2 zone property is where the outdoor storage would be located. The uses listed in the M2 heavy manufacturing zone do allow for recreational vehicle storage, storage yard for contractor equipment yard, and equipment rental, which are similar type uses in the zone. So with that, it is recommended that the zoning code be amended to allow for this type of use, but more specific, as identified here in the proposed amendment, to include manufacture, assembly, rental, and sale of off-site construction units in the commercial manufacturing zone, subject to a conditional use permit, which requires Planning Commission approval. And then the second proposed amendment would address the larger piece of land, the M2 heavy manufacturing zone, to allow an amendment that would include storage yard for off-site construction, mobile units for sale and rental in conjunction with single tenant manufacturing and assembly facility. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to have a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any comments from council on this item?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I had a concern about the storage yard, but I like that it's identified for a single tenant and it's for sales and rental. One comment that I would have is I just would want to make sure that any kind of storage yard or outdoor storage is screened properly from streets or uses that aren't necessarily industrial. I see it's mostly surrounded by industrial, but because this is an overall change to the zoning code, I would just want to make sure that in the future that projects, when they come through, they are properly screened.
Any other comments?
Yes. The property next door to them to the north is actually in San Jacinto, is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
So, and I don't have a problem with this. The problem that we seem to have in this particular area is that public safety and the property owners and the businesses in that area don't have any clue whether they're in Hemet or San Jacinto. And when they get a call out, we had this with one of the automotive repair shops over there who was having problems with homeless and was calling Hemet, and Hemet was saying, I'm sorry, your business is in San Jacinto, because they were on North Juanita. And then they were coming back and finally it was just like, come on, just somebody go do something about it. So do we have, should I say visible, city limit markers in that particular area so people actually know whether they're in Hemet or San Jacinto? Because it just goes all over the place. A few years ago, I had a very long conversation with Mike McIntyre at Exceed, saying, you guys are in San Jacinto. And he's going, no, we're in Hemet. And they're on North Santa Fe. And right next door is San Jacinto, but their building is in Hemet. And it's crazy in that area. So I have more of a concern about whether people know they're in Hemet or San Jacinto than about bringing this type of business in, because I think it's compatible in that area, and it would probably eliminate some of the homeless that are in that area. So that's my only thing. People just don't know where they are. Put a fence around it. I'm joking. Go ahead.
Thank you, Monique.
Thank you.
If there's no further comment, can I get a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion to approve.
A second? City Clerk, may we have roll call?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Krupa. I'll do a roll call. Councilmember Kendrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Our last official agenda item is the Hemet fiscal year 2023-24 legislative platform. May I get a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening again. I'm very proud to bring you tonight a proposed legislative platform for the fiscal year 23-24. I want to begin by recognizing the significant contributions of our city clerk, John Mayer, in preparing this document. The city has an opportunity to comment on legislation at the state and federal level, and even sometimes local issues on a regular basis. And sometimes this legislation moves very quickly. Sometimes bills evolve, and if it's legislation that potentially affects the city, a timely response to legislation, whether it's a form of a letter or having our mayor testify on a bill, sometimes it requires almost immediate action. And today, our process would require the city staff to bring a item to you at a meeting. It could be a special meeting, so we would potentially be able to turn things around in 24 hours. But typically, we would bring it to you at a regular meeting, so that's every other week typically. And that type of responsiveness can be effective if it's a long course type of bill. But what a legislative platform does is it really positions us to take a more assertive, more active, and a more timely source of type of engagement on potential legislation, whether it's legislation that we support or whether it's legislation that we would be opposing. So what we did is we looked at about a dozen different cities in Southern California primarily, as well as the League of California Cities. They produce a a comprehensive legislative platform each year, and we picked what we felt like were the best principles from each of those documents. Went through about probably 4 or 5 different iterations. We have a council ad hoc or liaisons associated with this. So that was Mayor Males and Councilmember Lilienthal. And we presented the draft document to them and shared that with them before bringing this recommendation to you. So I do want to briefly touch base on the general principles that guide this and then talk to you a bit about how we organize this document. But we have 4 guiding principles. And a lot of legislation, when we think of legislation from a local government perspective, what we become very concerned about is decisions that are impacting our city council's ability to make decisions for our community. So a real focus on local control. But the 4 guiding principles that guide this entire document include supporting measures, meaning legislative proposals, that preserve and protect the city's general law powers and duties to enact legislation and policy direction. Number 2, to protect and secure long-term, sustainable, and essential fiscal revenues and strategies to enhance the city's revenue base. Number 3, to support measures that pursue strategies and resources to address crime, homelessness, and support other safe and clean initiatives in the community. And number 4, support funding opportunities to offset and leverage capital expenditures to support the city's priorities and strategic plan of initiatives. So when we, if you look at the preceding page, we have a table of contents, and we've organized the legislative platform to include focused legislative policy statements under local government finance, economic development, transportation and infrastructure, housing and social service programs, as well as park and recreation programs, public safety, employee relations, and CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, and land use planning, and then just some general government statements. So these are policy statements that you see throughout this document. Maybe we can look at one page here. Next page or two, a couple pages forward. Oh, there we go. It's my job here. So this is an example of what we see at the top of the page are support statements, followed by opposed statements on areas of concern. And a lot of what you'll find here are, again, focused on areas where we would like more control and preventing scenarios where we lose control over local decision making. So this is a living document. The council should feel comfortable bringing this forward at any time for adjustment. We simply would update the date that this was adopted, essentially develop another version. But we do recommend as a best practice that this be brought forward to the council at the beginning of each fiscal year. So think about perhaps the first meeting in July or second meeting in July. Review the document, consider what's happened over the prior year, consider making some adjustments. So again, we would, in the absence of an ad hoc, we would work with the mayor and the mayor pro tem to review this document. At the staff level, we're going to put this on an annual planning calendar so that we remember to bring this to you. We'll be looking forward when we plan these agendas in the July timeframe. So we'll see that coming, and we'll work on any recommended adjustments that we would recommend to this. So with that, let me pause and the city clerk and I will answer any questions that you have.
The one question that I have is, okay, so you touched on it before. It was the idea that when a bill is going into, it reaches Assembly, Senate, appropriations, and it kind of goes back and forth. Sometimes the bills get gutted, so we may, the mayor on our behalf may send in like something that we support or something that we oppose, and then later on, as it goes through the process, it may change. Is there a way to send out another one that says, as a result of the changes, we no longer support? That way, we're still not on the.
The short answer is absolutely. And I think you touch on an important point, which is one of the outcomes of adopting a document like this would be essentially to empower the mayor to sign that letter for all of the council. So what we want to do is make sure that the council is comfortable with the policy statements, but this allows us to be much more responsive. And as you point out, Councilmember Lilienthal, sometimes the bills that are written one way, particularly at the end of a legislative session, could be completely changed over to something on a different topic, and we want to be responsive to whatever that is. We work with the League of California Cities, who often issues hot button proposals of legislation that are either bills to track or immediate bills to weigh in on in support of or in opposition to. And so this will allow us to take a more proactive stance in the future.
Any further comments, questions? Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
City Clerk, may we have roll call?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a motion by Councilmember Leonthal, second by Councilmember Krupa. Do a roll call. Councilmember Kendrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Leonthal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes to approve the item.
We will now move on to City Council and staff reports. Councilmember Krupa, may I have you?
Okay. I'll cut some of this down. There was League of Cities meeting last night, a general meeting over in Eastvale. And Jesse Ramirez, our new Aaron Sassy is Jesse. Anyway, if you haven't been getting notification, it's because he had the wrong email. He had our old one, cityofhemet.org. So anyway, I gave him our new city email, so he will be getting stuff out to us. But our next meeting in January, which will be the second Monday, is going to be in Norco, in Hidden Valley Golf Course, and there will be a Disney Ranch, horse ranch tour prior to that we can sign up for. And a couple of the employees that I sat at the Norco table, and they went, I think it's just great. Your city manager's wife is from our town. I said, let me share a couple stories about cross country. and our city manager beat her boyfriend at that time. So good stuff, good conversation. Anyway, we had election of officers and the executive board for the new year. Linda Molina from Calamasa is the new president. First vice president is Jackie Casillas from Corona. And second vice president is Colleen Wallace from Banning. I was reelected as one of the Western representatives, and we have basically just about everybody returning from last year and the year before and the year before and the year before. It's time for some new blood. So I've also been appointed to Cal City's Policy Committee of Governance, Transparency, and Labor Relations. Didn't ask for it, but I got it. Never been on it before, so this should be interesting. RCTC is tomorrow. RTA is Thursday. T-Now is Friday, so I'm going to be spending a lot of time in Riverside. If you need anything picked up, let me know. I'll be there 3 days. At the last Water Master meeting, we approved the budget for our coming year. And the most exciting thing about that is that the assessment fee is going to remain at $30. At the last Planning Commission meeting, the highlight of that, after robust conversation and phenomenal presentation by the developer, the project between Kirby and Sanderson and Acacia was approved. They did an awesome outreach to all of the people that live in the area to answer their questions and their concerns and make sure that everybody was on board. A couple other things that we all know, there's been so many holiday events going on. On a sad note, and I want this out before I talk about some happy ones because I don't want to end on a sad note. But I was informed today that Larry Graves from Hemet West passed away. And he had been battling cancer. Again, it had come back just recently. Larry has lived in the community, it seems like forever, but he really hadn't been here all that long, maybe 15, 18 years, something like that, which is not long in this community. He was so instrumental in working with mobile home parks to make sure that the tenants were well taken care of and that the rate increases were stable. He served on the Mobile Home Rent Review Commission with me several years ago, and when we had several challenges to increases from the property owners. And he was just all around very interested in the community, always held events, breakfasts and cookouts and things for both police and fire, and was just a big, generous lover of our community and very, very much involved. So have not heard when any services are going to be for him, but that he's going to be greatly missed. He really will be. Yeah. On a happier note, yesterday, very happy type thing, I went to a groundbreaking in San Jacinto for the Rose Salgado new elementary school. And it was, I get goosebumps because the bird singers from the tribe came and did a blessing and a song, and it's always so moving. And it's really a tribute to Rose because she was so education minded and she was such a big voice in the community and just such a all around good person who passed away too soon also a couple years ago. Another good thing that happened over the weekend, and I want to thank our police department in particular for all of the work that they helped Rotary do for the 37th annual Tinsel Triathlon that was held at Tahquitz High School this year. New location, we had some issues, but everybody had a great time because it was a Chamber of Commerce day. It was warm, it was beautiful, sun was shining, it was just great. But one of the really great things was I received a phone call this morning from Calvin Smith. He is a business owner in San Jacinto. He is on the college board. He is president of Healthy Valleys. He's connected. He's been here, Randy Records' wife and him, I believe, are brother and sister. So, many generational type things, good people. He participated in the Tinsel Tri with his grandson this year and was just amazed. He said, we have to get the word out. We have to have more participation because 98% of the 250 some people that were in the Tinsel Tri are not from this valley. They're from LA, they're from Orange County, they are from San Diego, they're from Arizona, they are from Washington State. They're from all over the country, and they come out here for our little Tinsel Tri. And it was just a great day. And he was so excited about it. And he said, but we will help you next year advertise this better in San Jacinto and get people out. But he in particular wanted to say thank you to the city of Hemet and thank you to the Hemet Police Department for the great showing and the great concern and the great involvement in the Tinsel Triathlon. And while nobody else is here from Rotary tonight, I will extend my thanks. It was really a great day. Hemet High cheerleaders and band were out there to start the proceeds off, and Supervisor Gutierrez actually blew the horn to start the race. And it was a big deal, and it was a good deal. So next year, I expect to see staff, department heads, council members. It's a reverse triathlon. You run a 5K, you bicycle 15 miles, and then you jump in a pool and go 150 meters or something like that. And then you get out and we cheer for you and take your picture. So that's it.
Councilmember Lilienthal.
So all of my meetings are dark. The last one for Community Action Partnership, I'm gonna be looking for volunteers for that. That organization helps people get their taxes done for free. And so I will be reaching out to members of the community who want to be involved in getting that training to help people get their taxes done without having to pay anything. And then because I've been on there in the past year, I am going to continue being the secretary of that of the commission. And then I was also appointed to the, can't remember the name of it. I was appointed to the Community Services Policy Committee as the president. And so I will be serving as the president for the next year. And I guess that's all about anything communities, parks and stuff like that, anything that brings the community together. But that's pretty much what I have to oh, and then the skate park. Kudos to all the staff and everyone who came out for that opening. I heard I spent a lot of time with a lot of families out. There was a lot of families out there. It wasn't just the skaters. And we had a lot of people we had people from Canada. We had professional skaters, we had amateur, all levels. And everybody out there was very gracious to each other. So for the ones that they had to wait for, to give them a chance to, because there are people on different levels learning, and then there are some people they're really good. And so you could see the community coming together as far as I say the community because it's like we kept saying, here's something for the kids, but there's a lot of adults out there who are really good. And it was amazing. It was an amazing turnout. We had a DJ from 10. I apologize for being late. I had a speaking engagement earlier at a church, and so I couldn't get out all the questions that were being asked. And then, so finally, when I got there about 11:10ish, the mayor had already started talking, and I was running from the parking lot. And then by the time I got up there, it was my turn to talk, so I was talking out of breath. But at the same time, we had this DJ that was playing, and then afterwards, at about 1 o'clock, then all the bands started to come out, and the bands were playing that skate punk type of music. And so it was really cool to see the little garage bands come out there and do their thing, and get the crowd pumped up. And it was almost like everybody was out there. You know that scene when you're at the beach and everybody's just kind of hanging out, and then you have that band playing in the background. I'm thinking of Oceanside and the pier, where you have this little stadium that everyone plays at, and everyone's just kind of there, just hanging out. It's almost like a picnic kind of thing. I did get a phone call from some of the people who came there to do the bands, so that there was a lot of trash that had kind of accumulated throughout the day. And it was awesome to see the community come together, all of those people come together to ensure that it wasn't left trashy from that day. And so from what I understand, everyone picked up a piece of trash together, and it was the bands that led the effort. So I'm truly grateful that, people are thinking about taking care of this asset, this new asset that we have. And I'm so proud that we have this in our community, because hearing from some of the professional skaters are saying that this one is particularly special because of the type of bowl that we have. It's not a traditional kidney shape. They said it's a different type of shape, like and you might think the difference between a potato and a kidney is the same, but to them, it was really special to them to see that we had something different from all the other surrounding cities and things like that. And so they were kind of asking us, when are we going to build our next one? Because there's a lot of people out there, so we'll see.
I do have to echo that. That was a fantastic event. I really enjoyed it being all wheel. I saw little kids out there on scooters, and I mean, just it was really special. So I do echo the how fantastic it was. On November 30th, we had an investment oversight committee meeting. We did Councilmember Krupa is the chair, and I am now the vice chair of the committee. On December 4th, we had an RCA meeting. One of the presentations was from a Girl Scout, and I don't know what the equivalent is for, you know, the Eagle Scout project, but, and I was a Brownie and a Girl Scout, I should know this, but we have this just wonderful young woman come up, and her project was to get the word out about the 146 species that are endangered in the MSHCP, which is our multi-species habitat conservation plan. She did a website, she's done all this outreach to really just, you know, let people know about these species. So I just thought it was really special. It's something I'm passionate about, animals and protecting those types of species. So I thought it was really great. And then just to highlight the species spotlight is a chickweed oxathea. It's a plant. It's a native California plant. It's an endemic annual herb that grows only in the mountains of Sierra Nevada, Ventura County, the San Gabriel Mountains, and Western Riverside County. I also attended the Planning Commission. It wasn't my turn, but because it was on a night that I could go, I was excited. So yeah, it was a very good Planning Commission meeting. I did attend the MHET holiday lunch, which, you know, like I said, we swept the cash prizes. So that was a lot of fun. And that night, the Hemet holiday party for the staff in the city, I thought it was great. I'm just want to say thank you to all the staff and everybody who put that on. That was really a good time. And then I also attended the League District meeting yesterday. So that was my first one. So that was interesting. And I have also been placed on a policy committee. It's the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee for League. So I am on that, and that's all I have to report.
I attended the Western Riverside Council of Governments on December 4th, and of particular interest to me was the Environmental Department Program Activities Update. And they highlighted the Love Your Neighborhood program. And we participated in this earlier this year at Simpson Park, and it was a wonderful event. But the program supports marketing and awareness on illegal disposal and littering by using online platforms. And they have some new programs and some new publicity that I want to get together with Alan and maybe get more awareness out there. And along with this, I'm following up to see what kind of help that our city might get for littering signs. And I have a very good point of contact there now that I'm going to liaise with and see what kind of freebies we might get for illegal dumping and littering and fines and such. So correct me if I'm wrong, Linda. I didn't go to the last Ramona Bowl meeting, but I think there's still auditions on December 16th, correct? Okay. So people that want to be considered for the principal speaking roles, and there's a special audition workshop on December 16th from 11 to 1 p.m. in the Alessandro Room at Ramona Bowl Amphitheater. And this is something new that the artistic director, Dennis Anderson, is doing this year, because he said a lot of people have talent, but they just don't know how to audition. It's kind of like a job interview. You know, they might be smart, but they just don't do well in interviews. So he took this upon himself, and this is a service that he's doing for people that are interested in the principal speaking roles, the main characters. And I have a shout out to the police department also. I completed their 10-week Citizens Academy recently. Yes, Yes, and I have a better understanding of the training procedures and the programs. And I want to say thank you to all the police force who came there 10 weeks in a row to put on this class for everyone. And I'm telling you, we have some of the greatest police volunteers anywhere. There are so many dedicated people in this city that have been there for many, many years, and several of them were students in the class for the first time. But the ladies behind us, they took care of us. There's an excellent baker in that group, and boy, did she feed us, right? And they always had coffee and refreshments and stuff. But it was a great class, and I heard Sergeant Gonzalez said they're even thinking about expanding it some. It's 10 weeks now, so it's a pretty long commitment. But they're talking about doing that, expanding it a little more. And it's open to anybody that is a Hemet citizen. So you can be anybody in the city and you can attend this class. So they'll have more after the first of the year, so just look for it. And there'll be publicity on it, I'm sure. So thank you. As Linda said and others said, you know, there's so many good events that were going on this last month and fundraisers, but one that was dear to my heart last Friday, Malcolm and myself, we attended the renaming of the Palm Desert VA Clinic, and it is now named Cy Kaplan VA Clinic. And Cy was a decorated World War II veteran, and he continued his service to others for many decades, including he was on Congressman Ruiz's advisory committee for many years, helping him with VA and veteran affairs. So just to let you know, Hemet is going to have their own community-based outpatient clinic. And it's going to be on Latham, and they expect to open it sometime in January. And this is such a needed thing for our community because we have more veterans than anybody in Riverside County. So there'll be like kind of a soft opening sometime in January, and I think a full opening in February. And I'll be sure and find information on that when it's available. So, I will be attending the Riverside County Habitat Conservation Agency meeting on Thursday. So I'll be in Riverside too, Linda. So on Thursday. And I just want to say on Mayor Joe Mail's behalf, I know he was absolutely thrilled with the skate park. He has been looking forward to that so long. And the public works staff, I heard Charles say that was the best thing he's ever been involved in. And he was so proud and so happy to see that. And it is just such a great asset for our community. And we are going to get people from other cities coming here every weekend, if not every day. So congratulations to everybody on that. So with that, I will ask for the city manager's report.
I have a very brief report tonight. I simply want to thank our staff for all their hard work in 2023. And I'm so grateful for the work that they do every day. So I'm looking forward to a vibrant and active 2024. And I'm just so grateful. Thank you very much.
There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned to the next city council meeting on January 9th, 2024. Thank you all for joining us tonight.